All right, guys. We're here, back for round 7. Need a little bit longer of a break. How's everyone doing? Welcome to round 7. Round 6 was certainly totally unexpected. At first, I thought there would be one decisive game. Then I thought all of them will finish in a draw. And lastly, unfortunately, one of the games finished with loss on time. Very heartbreaking, I would say, for Grandmaster Michael Rode. Let's see what round 7 is bringing. Again, very excited and thankful to be a part of this 140th Anniversary Invitational for the New Jersey State Chess Federation, one of the longest living federations in the United States. So what happened in this game is a Sicilian, Alapin Sicilian, with move 3 c3. Typically we see it second move, at least we saw it quite a bit on second move, but looks like here we are seeing it on third. c3, d5, e5. Okay, this bishop d3 is quite an interesting approach. So similar to other lines where sometimes white brings the bishop to c4, b3, and brings it to c2, here we have the bishop brought to d3 directly, and obviously in case you choose to capture, d takes c3 would happen, and of course white will play queen e2 and will try to utilize the diagonal, the fact that the pawn is on e5 stops the knight from going to f6, and white will try to find a way to put pressure in h7. Knight c6 was played, queen e2, knight g7, castle, and bishop c2. So here we're still quite early in the opening stage, move 8. I'm liking white's position, their ideas with h4, h5. Very likely, I'm anticipating a continuation of bishop e7, probably rook e1 to cover the pawn, castle, and we'll have to see how white plans on getting this bishop opened. Maybe a3, b4, maybe b3, bishop b2. Has to be careful for d3 stuff. Maybe he can play d3 and get the bishop out, but that's gonna lock in the bishop, so we definitely don't want that. We'll have to come back to this game and see how it unfolds. In this position, in this game, okay, we had this aggressive e4 here. Black was attempting Meran or potentially Stonewall here on the move order. A lot of people like to play knight f6 first and then c6, or sometimes they play on the move order of c6, knight here, and then e6, or knight here and then e6. But if you're trying to get the Stonewall, you should probably get it from an f5 move order. Here you are allowing e4, so unless you're ready for a sharp line, you should not be going for this. But I guess black was ready, bishop b4. So a line that's relatively popular is capture here, and then bishop b4 check, bishop d2, and now queen takes d4, bishop takes b4 check, queen takes e4. And basically black gives up, black wins a pawn, but white gets somewhat of a fast development, and we're not really worried about that pawn because there's some bishop f3, there's also queen d6 trying to mate. So black has to be mindful on how to proceed here to make sure development is going to happen. But in the game, bishop b4 is played. Now this is a move I'm not that familiar with, but obviously it pins the knight and tries to convince white to do something with the central pawn, whether take or push it forward. In the game, white chose to capture and go for e5. I kind of like this idea because white maintains the diagonal opened. Grandmaster Mackenzie Molnar is definitely ready for a win. I mean, we know he's tried in some of the other games. He was definitely In like really close to winning against Andrew Tang. Unfortunately for him, he lost on time that game yesterday evening. Now definitely trying to get his first victory of the tournament. We'll have to see if this game will be it. Grandmaster Sherpinski has had a long game in the morning, so maybe he's tired. We never know. But knight e2. Okay, I like this move. Knight e2, knight f3 would allow ideas with bishop g4. So maybe he just wanted to avoid it. Knight e2, I like it. Then I can go to g3, h5, or f5, and white would have a relatively nice position. Okay. Hi, Maple. Yes, I'm back. I am back. This board looks like they are potentially going for a draw. Lenderman against Lugi. We have a delayed Alapin. Knight a3 takes knight b5. So in this line, we typically don't recapture because after knight c6, there's also bishop b4 check. Black gets a lot of activity, so knight b5 first is played because it comes in with tempo, of course. So knight a6, and now queen takes d4, leading to an endgame, which I guess both players were comfortable to get into. I can see they played relatively fast. Knight c7 and bishop f4. Okay, but considering the fastness with which they've played and the amount of trades, I want to say this game could potentially end in a draw relatively fast, but we'll have to wait and see for sure. In this game, Grandmaster Mark Paragua has gone for the English transposition to a Catalan, castle knight c3. Okay, very natural move so far. Now, after knight d7, white has various ways in which they can try to improve the position further. A lot of people go for queen d3 or queen c2, followed by rook d1, and then white's idea is to play e4, trade everything in the center, and eventually, they will just have the, two strong bishops, one here, one either in f4 or b3, bishop e2. So white will get relatively good position. Knight d2 is interesting. I'm not super familiar with the move. I guess he wants to play e4 and then recapture the knight. I don't know. Well, black took in c4, so I guess we'll never know if he wanted to recapture the knight, but probably. So after this move, knight takes c4, definitely knight takes, and now knight e3. b4, and this is the current position. What to expect here? Well, white's bishop is in g2, not on this diagonal, which will reduce white's chances to build up an attack, but there can still be ideas with f4, f5, so maybe we will see something like that, maybe a capture here and queen g4, or maybe knight e4 followed by queen g4 and king h1, f4, f5, f6, even if we're allowed to, and white would have a nice position. And last but not least, Grandmaster Oliver Barbosa against John Fedorovich. Oliver has had a really long game, got very lucky with Grandmaster Road, losing on time in the previous game that lasted till 6. And now he's also playing the English transposition to a King's Indian. Okay, this is gonna be one of those sharp games that we definitely need to be on the look for. Very interesting choices by everyone. So today I guess we have potentially one game that could end in a draw, Nandaman against the Lugi, but the rest of them might be like full-fledged attacking games. And it's actually interesting. I'm curious to see how aggressive the players will get in this round. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. I'm gonna circle back to each and every one of them. Okay, d3 was played. So I was mentioning that is a move that white wants to be mindful about. and it happened right away. So the idea is basically, if you capture, we want to trade everything, and then we'll grab the pawn. And this endgame, we have we should be able to hold. If after d3 white recaptures with the bishop, then we're gonna be super happy because we actually win material, right? So definitely queen takes d3 is a must. And I'm anticipating another interesting endgame that hopefully this time will actually be drawn. Okay. Moving on. Okay, so white has played a3, got the bishop, bishop d3. Okay. Do you think black is gonna play bishop f5 and trade? I think bishop f5 kind of has to be a move. Castle. And knight g3 probably, right? Bishop takes d3. Queen takes d3. Maybe queen d7 and then f4 I would go with white. Bishop, wait, bishop f5 was played? No, he took here first and then bishop f5. Okay, castle, probably. Rook b1. Queen d7. I know, I'm thinking maybe h3 to try to get the bishop away. Maybe this could be something. I definitely know Mac is gonna try to push for a win. So what have we got here? B6. Black is hoping that white's gonna trade so that these pawns get back to connected. Then they have this idea. But okay, white played b4, attracting you to be the one taking e3. Interesting. He wants to have this position. What do you guys think about this position? Is black in a castle or go king e7, king d6? Maybe just king e7. There's no need to castle, I think. How do you feel about this position? So this is like French. The vice bishop is fianchetto. Mate f5. Okay, that move, I've seen that move. He's trying to just avoid all kind of attack, especially f5. Taking en passant, I wouldn't recommend because knight takes and then they will bring in the knight, so it's probably not ideal. But white will have ideas with g4 eventually. The question is when. Because the bishop in c1 is kind of stuck there, you know? Any thoughts, anyone? So what to expect here? g4 is not gonna do much yet. Maybe bishop f3. To play g4. I mean, I guess I can play g4 still anytime, but... I can't really come up with a good plan here for black. For white. Mm. I mean, at some point there could be some sacrifices, but it's just hard to envision exactly when. Okay, we'll be back and see how that game continues, because I can't... Okay, so takes, knight g5. I know this positions, they're they're quite popular, this kind of move order, where white is trying to get g4 in quite fast, even though they haven't castled. And they put the bishop in e3, queen in d2, and then eventually they do castle. So queen e8 was played, and this is the current position. I think with white here, we can consider taking an f5, or maybe rook g1. Should we go rook g1 first? Because if we take, bishop takes. Um, why black did not play f4 to close? Which moment? After g4 here? Because when you play that, two things you're giving away. You're giving away the ability to develop this bishop to f5, which is a good square for the bishop. You'd love the bishop to go there. And then you're giving up this square. So if white manages to lock this pawn here with knight in e4, I mean, maybe not immediately, maybe the next move, maybe you can just go bishop d2 first. And then whenever you're starting e4, they can block it. This is really, really good for them because so both of your bishops will not really have something to do. This one will be locked in, and then this one will be locked in by its own pawn, so you don't actually have much to go by for. So that is something important to keep in mind. You don't really want to push that pawn forward. It's not really helping you, so I need to keep that in mind. Yeah, sure. So queen e8, like prepares potentially queen g6 to come protect the king, maybe e4 and maybe takes, get the bishop out, but definitely f4 is normally a move you don't want to play unless you are seeing your knight coming in. So the trade actually happened in f5. Now, because the trade happened in e4 is a possibility for black, I'm not even sure what's the... I think bishop e... Okay. When I was just saying I think bishop e3 is the move. Yeah, I'm still a bit sick, yeah. After my return from Albania, I don't know, I was feeling perfectly fine, and then I went with my cat to the vet. She got an infection, and I don't know, maybe I didn't dress properly. I wasn't ready for weather change, I guess. And I think that's when I got sick. Or I took something from the plane because, they say usually, if you get something on a plane, it takes a few days, right, to fully be seen on your body. I don't know. Knight a6. I think definitely bishop e3 I would play. I mean, I know he played king g1, sorry, rook g1 earlier, but knight a6, yeah, definitely bishop e3 I'd play here. This e-pawn has to be locked in. If we don't lock it in, later it could be an issue. And then knight c5, and then what to do now? What do you guys think? Maybe we can start h4, h5, or maybe we can go b4. I just feel like this is kind of annoying to me. Thank you, Beats. You wouldn't think of that pawn. Which one, B or H? It's not so easy. This position is not so easy. Oh, you would think of taking. Knight e3 is a bit hard. Knight e6. Oh, no, 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 no. No, that's too much, I think. That is too much. You're letting them recapture, and no. No, this helps them way too much. I understand what you want to do, but no. No, we don't have time. It like the king is in the center, traded too many pieces. Yeah. No, no, don't do that. Don't take the knight. So you don't mind taking the knight when you haven't traded these pawns yet, like the ENG pawns, you know, they're back to their squares where they belong. In that case, yeah, you can trade. But in this situation, it doesn't really help you much. And yet there are some lines where white ends up putting the knight in e6, but this is not one of them. At least not anytime soon. I mean, we want to focus on the g file. We push the h pawn. I would love to have gotten the chance to play bishop d3, but we don't really have time. Like, we gotta choose here. We're gonna go bishop e3 or bishop d3, and he ended up doing that, and then knight a6. And I guess you could try bishop d3, but then I'm just worried about e4, and the queen gets opened, and I'm just not so happy about it. Okay, so let's see what's going on over here. A4 is nice. A4 is not a nice move by white. Trying to stabilize the pawn structure on the king side, queen side. How does A4? It just doesn't allow B5. Also may want to push this pawn further, you know. And the question is, how do we get rid of this pawn? D3 or 93? See, you're asking me how it helps. Well, for example, you can't play here to protect the pawn because I chase you away. That's one way to help. But of course, black can go there, which is annoying. So now if we do this 93. Gosh, I thought the scuffing went away. Clearly it didn't. Maybe D3. When we get to play this position. I mean, maybe rook B1 and B3 actually. Maybe he should try this. But then I'm worried of knight C4. This is a very strong move. Maybe A4. Maybe it was nice, but maybe he wasn't ready for it. Maybe he should have played D4 first. Because now if C4, actually A4 looks nice because the pawn restricts and everything. A4 is not so far. I mean, it's still supported. Yeah, it's a bit lonely. It is certainly a bit lonely, but also black doesn't attack it, doesn't have the opportunity to attack it, so it's not that terrible. This move. Not that terrible. We've had some developments here after bishop f5. Traded the bishops, and now here bishop d2. Okay. f5. Now this is a moment where we definitely should not take, because if we take, I think we're certainly gonna help black put pressure on the f-file. So after f5, we need to leave that pawn b. Also with the pawn there, see, the knight is kind of restricted, so we are good with that. And would love to maybe get some g4 in. Oops. Maybe we can bring in the knight somehow. Somehow like that. Or should we go f4? I mean, this could be a thing. It blocks our bishop, but it also stops the pawn, and we're maintaining a super protected pawn in e5, which is nice. Okay. I mean, I presume knight d4, rook c8. It's gonna be the continuation here, and we need to cover this pawn, so we can do so with the rook in a3. Black should be fine here. Wait, he took en passant? Okay. Just trying to figure out what's a good plan for white, because I couldn't get the g4 idea, h4 or something, and okay. It's not gonna be easy to reach that pawn, but he can defend it easily with queen b6. And then black has the c file, which helps him a lot. Like a lot. Bishop e3. The one you see is the current position. There are 5 different games. Barbosa, pretty cool name. He's also a very nice guy, I think. Are we gonna see knight c5 being played here? I'm not sure. If I were black, I would consider maybe king h8. I'm not a huge fan of the pin here. And although there's no idea for white for the moment whatsoever, I feel like king h8 could be a good move. It's black's turn now. Yeah, definitely bishop d3 is a move beats, yeah. possible attack for black. I don't see one. If you see one, let me know, but right now we are trying to just keep our king safe. It's important to keep the king safe. Safety first, you know. That's what they say. If we go king h8, now we can follow through with Beats' ideas. Bishop d3. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. It's about equal. It's about equal. Black has some pressure, but White's king is in the center. But depends. These kind of King's Indian positions can always lead to different advantageous positions for either side, you know, like black can play e4. White is trying to stop black from playing e4. White needs a few more moves. I mean, depending on what you do, I mean, I would love to block this pawn. This is a very important thing for White. King h8 looks like it was played, so I'm anticipating some queen d2 or bishop d3, one of those moves, because you need to either develop, like, try to trade this light square bishop, or continue your development. You just get your queen out, castle long. That would give White a pretty decent position. Time will tell. Yeah, this c4 was very unpleasant, and now I'm struggling a bit. I guess we said 93, and black's gonna protect the pawn with 95, only move, and f4 would be met with 93. So this 93 is kind of unpleasant, I think, for White. So I really like the c4 by Grandmaster Road. We'll see. Maybe it's finally time for him getting. Really? Okay. Well, if you're coming to insult, better don't come at all, you know? 92. Can you play for which game beats the other game? With c4. Oh, you want to play f4 here? Yeah, but the threat is not, I mean, he doesn't want to protect it. He wants to go knight c5. Knight c5 going to one of those squares. Yeah, this is the issue. Knight b3, bishop c5. No, you kind of have to, because White is struggling with the development of the bishop. So we need to push one of the pawns, and you know. Yeah, so it looks like it happened. So now f4 knight d3, and black is okay, I think. I will. I need more modes. Try to block. It doesn't work. Did someone ban that account? Okay. f4. And now, like a nice plan for white now is to try to double up on the b file, maybe double, and then start moving the a pawn forward, you know? That could be helpful. That would be a nice thing to do. I mean, if you are, I can. It would be nice beats. I can mod you. Can make a mod. Okay, so sorry, just it had been a while since I got bullied. Who's playing for a win in this position? I like the knight in d4. I think the knight in d4 is good compared to the bishop. However, black's rook is definitely more active than white's, right? White has to stay here to protect a4 and c3. So you may have a better knight, but then your rook is stuck. So we'll have ideas with rook c4, and you know, might be a nice thing. You'll block everyone. Don't block everyone. Beat only rude people. Queen d7. Bishop h3 looks nice. But you know, White's gonna struggle with the dark square bishop. It's not so easy to get that bishop into play, you know? So, maybe we can go bishop h3. I wonder if he's gonna play rook f6 or pretend like he doesn't care about the pawn. Because he could technically go bishop f6 too to try to put pressure here. Rook f6 is covering, but then the rook will be kind of awkwardly placed there. New Jersey is a state. New Jersey is a state in the United States. Hi, Anit. Welcome. Bishop d2, rook e1 is also, of course, an option. The problem is you're locking this rook in from controlling c2, which would allow some activity for black. It's more comfortable for black at this point, I think. At this point, this pawn is more of a target than this one is, I think. So, especially if black manages to take that, that's gonna be really nice. If your sweater is old, go to New Jersey. Wait, what? Why? Is there a saying or something that I don't know? You gotta explain more context. I don't get it. I don't get it. Rook c1. So this is part of White's plans. The problem is this pawn is still here and it's not locked. It's not locked in. So if e4 is happening eventually, White will not be that happy. You know? Alright, that happened. Okay. So are we gonna see b3 or b4? Maybe b3 to trade the bishop first and then b4 later. That will give White some nice play on the queen side later. And hopefully the d3 pawn eventually will fall. This is annoying. This is more annoying when there are queens on the board, I'd say. Now that things get, developed, I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad for us. We'll be able to put pressure on it. We're liking Mackenzie's position. I definitely think he should double up on the b file. There's not much to do here with g4. I mean, that's an option, can happen later on in the game. But right now, let's just focus on this rook or the other rook. I mean, it doesn't matter, just double up here. And I'm suggesting b5 because, you know, we keep pressure there too. We can always switch over the queen, queen b3, queen f3 to put additional pressure on the pawn d5, and then just double up. I think that would help out. So Lenderman brought in the rook to f1 to try to play f4, but black is saying no, totally not, go back. Wait, did they just repeat like that? Oh, this game will be a draw. Yeah, they repeated twice. So very likely that game will end in a draw shortly. Here, so Mark decided to put the bishop in e3, but this locks in the potential attack on the e file, so I'm not sure how much that helps. And not much has changed in this position. So which one of these positions you guys wanna look at a bit more? Why rook c1? Why not? Because of knight b4 probably. You want to control this square. I mean, I would have liked queen d2 personally. And you know, knight b4 would be met with rook c1 then. I guess maybe it doesn't matter. I think it's more flexible because we have the option to castle long too if we want to. But rook c1, it makes sense because so based on the pawn structure, this pawn is more advanced than that. So white does want to support the push of c5 eventually. So that's basically what's happening there, you know. Pawn game, yeah, pushing pawns forward is very important. In specific positions, especially if, you know, you're not weakening. Okay, so we had a result on board 3. The two players drew one another. They were the leaders. So they are now on, how many points they have? 5 each. 5 points each. Makes sense. The draw makes sense in that game. So we have 4 games remaining. So white did not play b3. I guess he was not in a huge rush to develop this bishop in c1. He played g3. It's a bit surprising to me personally. Hi there, Ghost Kill. How are you doing? A long time no see. Or maybe you were here yesterday. I don't remember. Yeah, briefly. Okay. b4. No, b3 we want, not b4. We want b3 because we want the bishop to be traded first. If we play b4, we're putting another pawn on the same color as our bishop. It would be harder to trade it after. So it makes a bit more sense to play b3 first. Just my opinion. c4. This, if you play c4, you're not opening up this bishop. This is the bishop that we want to take out, the bishop in c1. If you don't do something about it, you're gonna have a problem. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Never mind. Do you think with black here, you're gonna go for this plan to break through here with g5, or would you go for this plan? Of course, you don't do it immediately because you're gonna lose material, but once you prep it, which one is it gonna be? Okay, bishop d7, maybe b5. Maybe b5. Well, he has to prepare it first, because otherwise it will be captured, you know? Well, g5 breaks kind of a bit, and like, okay, so instead of bishop d7, let's just kind of put it here to see. What is happening with this is with the f pawn of white's gone, then there's a potential majority here, see? So black will be able to either create a pass pawn here by creating this as a pass pawn, or pushing e5, f5, f4 later, and then he's creating a pass pawn here. So that's kind of the idea as to why you would push that pawn in order to trade one of white's pawns and be able to create you know, something for yourself. I also didn't know that New Jersey had a state federation until I was contacted to comment on this tournament. So yeah, very thankful for the opportunity. I learned new things. 140 years since they've been organizing, well, tournaments. It's kind of cool, I think. You have to support them with the rook behind them. So whenever you try to support, you know, pawns to push forward to create a pass pawn, you need to have that support. It's kind of like in real life, you know, you need a support system in order to be able to succeed in different things. In general, it's nice to have a support system. Not everyone does it, but those who do are very blessed to have it. So in chess, the support system involves having the rooks in general supporting pawns, or sometimes bishops or the king, depending on the kind of position remaining, you know, the pieces remaining on the board. Okay. All right, so we don't have a move by Mackenzie just yet. And then here we've had a couple moves. Rook e1 and nothing. That's it. Just rook e1, rook c8. The thing is, black can double up on the file and, or okay, through c6 to keep that pawn covered, and then double up, and then get to c2 or c1, but white cannot really do the same thing. That's a small issue there. Black has a better queen side, yeah, he does. That's why he has to come on that side. So we usually don't want to touch this side of the board. Particularly if you play b3, then this square is not controlled anymore, so black can actually utilize that square for the rook. It can be a nice outpost for them. Queen back to d1. He's coming to protect everything. Get the bishop away, but okay, the bishop can go back to f5. I like bishop f5. Bishop c4 to bait b3. What if he doesn't play it? He's waiting for you. He's baiting you to take the pawn and then play b3 and trapping your bishop. Nah, no. Hi, National Master Dale. Welcome. Which tournaments I'll be streaming next? So I need to do a stream for US chess, so be on the look. Be sure to follow US chess for nationals, because they're increasing the entry fee for the K through 12 nationals this Monday. So if you know anyone who hasn't registered yet, definitely do let them know. I'll be streaming something on US chess, and then just as a promotional stream for now, so that won't be a tournament. But as for tournament, the only two that I still have this year, I mean, anything can come, you never know, but right now what I have planned is US Women's Senior Championships, which are supposed to be taking place mid-November, and I'll be streaming those, and then the K through 12, but that one will be streamed on US Chess, and I think the women's one will also be streamed on US Chess channel. So yeah, so you can find me there as well as here. Thanks for welcome, Yara. Welcome. But yeah, I'm always looking for tournaments to stream. It's something that I like doing more these days. So I need to work on my website update and my Twitch update probably too a bit. But yeah, if you know anyone who's interested, just send them my way or send me their way, and we'll see if we can have other tournaments covered. At this point, it's just those two, which will be streamed on US Chess Twitch channel. Rook g8, maybe? I've been saying this move forever for black. He hasn't played it for a while. I don't know why. I've been saying it forever. Look at that. So g3 was played, and now b3 as I suggested. And then white is going for the trade of the bishops, and black is avoiding, of course, because black has the bishop pair. So he doesn't want to, you know, one of the bishops to be traded. It makes sense. And now what to do with white, because I feel like, I don't know if bishop c f6 was necessarily the best for black. I like knight c4, knight e5. I'm trying to improve the position of this knight. I think it would be nice to bring it to e5. Yeah, look at that, knight c4. Very nice. Very nice approach. g5. Well, now is a different story if you play g5, I think. Because now I'll take, and, you know, I got some pieces ready here to cover, to lock your majority. Earlier, white's pieces weren't ready, but now they're much better placed than before. Just because, you know, some moves ago a move was good, it doesn't mean that it will always be good. If you don't take your chances, like in life, you miss your chance, you miss your opportunity, it's gone. Adios. Adios, amigos. Okay. Mac is going for this opportunity instead. I would have liked rook b1. But okay. That's just my opinion. Just my opinion. He wants to go g4. Or maybe he's just waiting to see what black does first. I mean, I think this makes the most sense to me. Okay, guys, I will be leaving you with one game as I'm taking a short break. Let's see. Hi, Chess Riddle. Welcome back. Which one is a better game to leave you with as I'm taking a break? This is maybe interesting. Because Mac is not, or Mac. I'm gonna leave you with Mac's game. I'm gonna take a short break, cutting the camera as usual, and we'll be seeing you guys shortly. Thanks for staying close, and see you in a little bit. Alright guys, I am back. Alright, let's see what we missed. What have we missed here? Missed some stuff. Not too much, but we missed some moves in this game. I guess after f4. h3, just one move was made, so it's good. Didn't miss too much in this game. I'm a bit surprised personally of Mac's decision. I guess we'll see what he wants to do. Maybe he's waiting to put more pressure on f5 potentially, or something. I still think this is the place to go for the rook. So he might end up getting there eventually or not. Let's see. Also, not much happened in this game. As you notice, white has not touched those pawns. There's no need to touch the pawns. If you touch them, you will give black the ability to have some kind of an outpost, an additional outpost on the c file. I mean, I'm saying additional. I mean, they have already controlled quite a lot of the file. So if you play b3, c3 will definitely be a square black will control or will place the rook on. As for this game, looks like the knight retreated, and now bishop h7. It's a really nice retreat for the bishop. I noticed that black has not rushed with pushing e4. e4 is a nice move to play when white doesn't manage to block this. So if white had something like this, it would have been definitely much better. But okay, you would have wanted to have that without the bishops on the board, but now with the bishops on the board, this is not gonna really work, because either capturing e4 or just e4 directly and you're losing material. So maybe white lost the chance to really be able to lock this pawn in. So that's a small issue, but okay, we have to kind of be mindful about the development. So the queen goes to d2, bishop in e2, and we'll keep the king in the center. This plan with a3 before, I believe, is still an option, but definitely after getting the queen out. At the moment, still pretty balanced. And lastly, this game has had a few things happening since we left off. Black had played this h5 here. I really loved white's approach to get the bishop out to a3, knight in c4, and e5, and now king f2. King to f2. That's actually very nice. As white is bringing the king closer to the center, bringing it ready to be placed in e4, in e3, sorry, in e3. And yeah, we're liking this position for white, I'd say, for sure. Bishop g4. The problem with this bishop g4 is h3, I think. You have to go there. Or if you take, we take, and then suddenly you have the h file open, which is definitely in white's favor. I mean, you can get into some huge trouble here, you know, with a potential mate on the h file. I wouldn't want to be in black shoes here. And if you ever play some g6, then, you know, the bishop can come. I don't know. I'm not a fan of how things turned out. Definitely h5 was a weakness. Maybe it wasn't obvious to realize at the beginning. I mean, definitely he didn't want to create a weakness for himself, but he has. And if white does a good job at taking advantage of it, I think we got a problem. We certainly got a problem there for mate on the h file. So I'm not liking this, my friends, at all. I guess, well, there's technically a way to escape still the situation, because like here, the bishop moves somewhere here, and then when rook h1 is played, f6 is black's only choice. I was thinking originally g6 to try to escape through here, and after bishop e7 to go here, but you don't have time because this is actually mate in 2. We don't need to make it with the bishop in f6. We can just go for the mate. So I'm feeling worried for Grandmaster Road at this point. If white is to play h3, which is not a difficult move, so I feel like it can happen. But we can still, I mean, we're not gonna lose. After f6, thankfully. If we stay with the rook on the 8th rank, maybe here. Because if you don't, and you make this blunder or something, you're gonna find yourself in a difficult situation. Situation. I wonder if he's comfortable to play this line. Do you guys like this situation for white? I wonder if he's still trying to kind of keep the option open to bring the rook on the g file. Or maybe he wants to play g4 and in case of capture f5. I didn't even think of that. Maybe this is what he's thinking. Okay, black is not forced to take, but maybe this is what he wants. But so if black doesn't do anything about it, though, do we go g5? Maybe. I'm sorry. Hi there, casual. Games are interesting. We had some unexpected results in the morning. I mean, I thought all would be draw, then I thought one would be finished, and finally felt bad for Grandmaster Michael Rhodes for losing on time. He was the only one who lost in the morning. Today we already had a draw between the leaders, Grandmaster Max Delugi and Alexander Lenderman. The rest of the games are in progress. Some interesting positions. Might see more decisive results. I mean, I can see white pushing in these two games for sure. Here it's a bit tricky to say. I tend to believe that white is kind of passive. And then here probably about equal. So yeah, the morning game lasted almost till 6 p.m. So I took a longer break, and then here I am back with round 7, 2 more rounds tomorrow. Round 8 will be at 10:30, and then the final round will be played at 4 p.m. instead of 6. So likely the games will finish earlier tomorrow. GM Dubious. That's a good username. Thanks for following. I really feel like this is gonna be the kind of move you want to see. Sorry, thanks. I can also go here. But I don't think I succeed into doing much, because you can always play rook d5, right? Go for a trade. And we want to keep 2 rooks on the board to actually have ideas to infiltrate. Huh, you didn't want to play h3. This is interesting. I mean, I don't know why he didn't play bishop e2 directly. Maybe he was worried about the sacrifice. It's not. Doesn't do anything. I think maybe he wanted to keep that covered to play f6 and king f7. So, you know, you'll play h3, but it'll be too late. This is also something that can happen. And now there's not even rook c5. I think white wanted to keep the rook on 5th rank, but now he cannot. I'm not sure if it was wise what he did. Maybe rook e3. King f7, bring the king. Seems kind of balanced. I don't know. I'm trying to understand it myself. I don't know why he played bishop c5. I mean, maybe bishop d4. Okay, and bishop d4. Kind of put the bishop on the diagonal for when you'll open the h file. But like f6 is just, it closes it immediately, so I'm not sure. That's what I said before, and then it wasn't peaceful. these results in this tournament, I haven't guessed many. They're not as peaceful as I think they might be, you know. Right when I think they're peaceful, they're not. But f6 is definitely a good move, I think, for black to push the rook back and make sure that, I mean, the thing is that you don't want to put your pawns on the opponent's bishop color, because sometimes they can actually get lost, so you have to be mindful exactly on how you're putting your pawns when you're advancing them. Here is White's position is good here. He has not played g4, I guess. So he did not want under any circumstance to focus on the b file. Interesting. So he did certainly want to play g4, I can tell. But okay, black is getting ready to meet g4. Maybe he can either even consider to play g6, though I feel bishop f6 will be kind of getting in the way. So should we anticipate some doubling of the rooks on the f-file in that case? Maybe. Okay, g4 played. Takes. Bishop. Here maybe this is hanging. I feel like g4 is a weakness, no? Because this pawn. But how do you stop h4? You see, this is one of those positions where you're wondering, why did it have to be me? Because f4 is going to become weak regardless of what you do. So I guess he just decided to at least play g4 when he could. He could have waited for h4 though. Might have been a slightly wiser decision, potentially. No moves here yet. No moves. Okay. Do you guys have a favorite to win this tournament, considering the way it's going? Regina is recovering. Yeah, poor girl. She's been sleeping all day. I was just looking. She's not in the room. I heard some strange noise. She might have gone to try to get some food. She's been sleeping a lot more than usual, of course. I can't take the collar off. I've tried. She's so sneaky. You know, I was feeling bad that she was, you know, acting sad and everything. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna take your collar off while you eat this and just relax a little bit. And guess what? As soon as she finished, I couldn't catch her. She started running around. I couldn't catch her to put it back. And she's not allowed to run because of her paw. Her paw needs to heal. It's got an infection, so she's not allowed to step on it because, you know, it needs to fully heal. Yeah. So I think it's called a collar, right? The thing that stays on top of the face is not called collar. Shock collar? No, no, no shock. No shock. No shock. I'm not shocking my cat. I don't know what that is, but no. No, no, no. It's just like one of those things that, round cones. Maybe it's called cone, collar cone or something that you put around the head so that they cannot reach their paws and stuff. Oh, she's back. She's back. She's taking a nap. Hi. Yeah. How are you? I guess she ate. She ate. Cone, cone. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It might be, I don't know. But yeah. I took it out because the doctor told me like if you see her sleeping and stuff, you can take it out. And it's like, okay, it's time. It's been like 4 days. Let's do it. Yeah. Not happening with Regina. She was so happy, and I don't get me wrong, I want her to be happy, but she's not fully healed, so she's not allowed to move like that much. Run around and make me run after her. I don't mind running after her when she's, you know. Fresh Lizard, thanks so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. When she's fine and healthy, but when she's not, trust me, it's not good. So at least the good thing is that she actually has been getting her favorite treats all the time. So hopefully she hasn't gained too much weight. Because she can't run much at all. I think he just wants to keep the rook active, potentially maybe even trade it, although I would keep 2 rooks. Or maybe he's attracting more pawn pushes, though there won't be any. Just move the rook from the attack. I mean, and he probably wants to keep this square free for the king, and had to stay on the e file. I mean, I think the only 2 options were e4 or e3 for the rook. And then this other rook can go like rook h1, h3, or just h3 directly, right? Oh, that's crazy. That's a crazy story. No, all good, all good. I mean, I love cats. I love dogs too. I'm both dogs and cat lover. I mean, I used to be more, I think, a dog lover until this dog that we had. It was a bigger dog. I named him Pluto. It was like a Argentinian and German mix. Very beautiful, white with black, kind of like a Dalmatian, but it was like a different race. And when my dad was building the fence around the house in Romania, there's this typically people like they keep the dogs on a leash outside, like in gardens, especially when you don't have a fence around the house. We don't keep them inside, we keep them outside typically, unless you live in a apartment complex. And so I told my dad, we had this really long leash and he could have ran still a lot. I just told my dad, let him on a leash. I don't want him to run away. And of course, my dad didn't listen. And there was this big storm, and the dog left, like jumped over the fence because it was not fully made. And then it actually came back. But the second time there was a storm, I think it didn't find its way or it got hit by a car, one of the two. We never found him. And I love that dog so much. Like, he would know when we were coming home, like when our car was entering in that little village, the dog already knew was coming to the door, greeting us, and I think I was his favorite. He just loves me so much. And when we lost that dog, I was just devastated that it's like no more dogs for me, you know. Very sad story for me. Yeah, we kept driving with the car all over the neighborhood in that village and the next door village in case it ran away, because it ran away with the neighbor's dog. And yeah, it was kind of funny, but I mean, not funny, it was sad. Anyways, thanks, FB. Black play F5 to prevent G4? But when? When could that happen? That couldn't happen. Casual. It's either that or the other. I mean, I don't know. Rook here. G4. I mean, I think black can play bishop h3 if he wants to stop the h-pawn for going, right? And that would be kind of an issue. Yeah, rook d7 I think is the only chance, and I wonder if he wants to try to do this. And then if he blocks the pawn in e6 and you do something like that, maybe there'll be sacrificial ideas. You know? This could be something happening, I guess. Okay, rook d7 was played, and now a5 or rook e1. Yeah. Okay, so Mac did not play g4 just yet. But I don't know how much more he can prep it. At this point, I wouldn't even play it anymore. Now he's just defending h5. Yeah, you can't play b6 in that position. No, definitely not. Okay, and then here. f5. Wait a second. I thought we discussed that there's gonna be bishop e4 here and take the. He went bishop h7, but bishop e4 was with tempo. So now if you play f5, we just take it. And then this is a freebie, no? Oh no! That's 75 pounds is a lot. I hope you don't have to do that. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Can you still do it? Can you still go and pay? What's the difference between that and this? I don't think he's gonna take. I think he's gonna try to put pressure here. Queen f3. Or queen b3. That's why bishop e4 is important. Uh-oh. Andrew might have just missed the opportunity to, yeah. Sorry, FP. Okay. All right. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? This hasn't changed forever. Did he lose on time? I need to ask. This is preposterous. I think DGT error again. I think in the morning this fourth board wasn't showing. Now it's showing, but yeah. Oh, they agreed on a draw. Okay. They agreed on a draw. I was wondering, like, what? I know, the DGT is killing me sometimes. Yeah, I know, I mean, I didn't know what was going on. Okay. No, the DGT doesn't show. Now it shows the result. It took forever to show the result. Maybe they didn't stop the clock and then it didn't show, who knows? I don't know. But okay. This makes sense. I mean, I don't know if I would play further here. If I had to win, I probably would play longer, but yeah, you know. um so here it gets interesting. Because I don't know, do you want to play a6 with black, or do you want to let him play a6 after a5? Do you want to play a move like this and let him play a6 and then meet it with b6? Landon, I used to play more. These days I'm focusing a lot on coaching, so I haven't played as much as I would have wanted. Trying to save as much as I can so I can play more. You know, it's expensive to play over the board these days. Travel, hotel, food, entry fee, it adds up. And I've had my struggles, so I'm trying to save a bit before I play again. But hopefully it will happen soon, because I do miss playing over the board. But I focused a bit more on coaching. It's not easy, you know. Even with coaching, sometimes there's moments. I mean, you don't know. You can be sure that you have this number of students at the beginning of the month, and then suddenly they change their mind. They don't want to take classes anymore. They have their own life. Chess is not a priority anymore. They stop completely, or they don't pay you. I mean, that's the worst. My worst nightmare is to go after students and remind them to pay me. And I can be mean, you know, and just be like, I'm not teaching you unless you pay me first. But I'm not like that, which maybe I should be, because it's a business transaction, partly. It's not fully business, but it is kind of. And then I don't get paid, and then it takes forever, you know, you're getting stressed. Am I gonna make that much money per month or not? You know, it is what it is. Um, so yeah, summer has been more stable for me, but other than that, it's a grind, pretty much. So yeah, I want to play more, but I can't, because you know, like when you play, you have to not teach, and you already have problems with your students not paying you. If you don't teach them, then it's even worse. Like, it's happened to me before. I couldn't teach one time, and my students' parents went on and searched for another coach, and it was just one time I decided to play a tournament. And I have all these stories, you know. I have all these stories with students who pretend like they forgot to pay, or they don't pay on time, or make you run after them, or disappear for no reason, or get bored, or cancel last minute. I think everyone is dealing with it. It's sad, because it's after all, like, a lot of coaches are putting a lot of passion into teaching and sharing their knowledge with their students. So I feel that it's so disrespectful to do that. And you wouldn't do it to a doctor, because you would know that they would charge you, but you would do it to a person who is coaching, for some reason. I don't know, because they're being too nice, and you're like, oh yeah, they're too nice, they're gonna let it go. Anyways, in this tournament, there's no draw is allowed anytime. They can offer a draw after 5 moves. I think there's no no law, no rule. You always pay things on time. That's good. Besides your ticket, which you forgot to pay. What's illegal? To not pay people? Yeah, of course, sure. But good luck running after them. You're not gonna run after them for, like, I don't know, small sum of money. Nobody really sues for a small sum of money, I think. You take the loss, and that's it, I guess. That's why these days I only do prepay. Although some students have gotten used to not prepaying, so, But I think prepay makes a lot of sense. They don't show, you charge them. Same as a doctor would. How is it different that you are a chess coach than if you were a doctor? Wouldn't the doctor charge them? Of course the doctor would. Exactly. The end piece is priceless. Yeah, I don't share my income on stream. Sorry. It also varies based on the amount of classes I get to teach each month. Takes knight c3 could be something. Have a life insurance. How does life insurance help you? To get paid. It doesn't help you, man. Okay, we got 2 draws so far. I'm not liking max chances. Black seems to be super defended. When you die, your family gets paid, not you. So you can get it for your family. I think my dad told me he got life insurance. I was like, come on. Do you, like, it's just, to me, life insurance, okay, if any one of you here is doing life insurance and you're really good at selling it, like, kudos to you. But, like, personally, like, I'm always laughing. I would often laugh with my dad about it. Because, when he told me, I think he wanted to get, or he got it at some point and then he canceled it. And, he got life insurance and he was telling me, if I die, you and your sister will get this amount. And I was like, Dad, do you want me to wish for you to die to get that? Like, what is this? Like, and we both got a good laugh. And then he was like, yeah, you're right. Okay, maybe I don't want you girls to get money. Never mind. I'm gonna get rid of this. It's a joke, guys. It's supposed to be a joke. Of course, God forbid, I don't want anything to happen to my dad. God forbid. I mean, it's tough already as it is. That doesn't really help. G4 doesn't help. What is gonna help here? Or maybe we do take no, but I want to move. I can't move the knight there. Did you want me to start cooking you dinner? Yeah, good point. Good point. Which way do you want to die? Do you want to die slow? God forbid, guys. Come on. I mean, that's a little bit too creepy. Kind of a joke. Dark humor. Dark humor. G3. What is he doing? I don't understand what he's doing. He just got his bishop stuck here. Makes no sense. I don't like this. Usually, yes. Usually, yes. I really feel that Andrew messed up with bishop h7. Even this, I think, would have worked, because takes, 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 takes. And then I take, and I don't know, you have the two bishops, but this king is kind of weak. So I feel that even this would have worked. But bishop h7, I think he must have missed f5. He must have missed the strength of this and to the pawn. Yeah, and then bishop h4. Usually we want this position with a pawn back in e6 or c6, you know? I don't know if Mac is gonna be able to outplay his opponent in that position. It seems a bit too early. Sorry, I don't know what was that. A6, or do we take? Wait, why did he play e6 actually? Yeah, doesn't this like feel unpleasant? Is he planning on going to rook e7, bishop g5, and then what? Doesn't black loses a pawn now? Black loses a pawn, that's an issue. I'm surprised of this e5 decision because he has time. I guess he wasn't quite happy about playing a6, but he kind of has to. I mean, e5 is much of a weakness. Suddenly, this position just simply doesn't look good for black anymore, I think. Wouldn't you guys say so? I feel like it's getting more difficult now. White looks solid with all the pawns. Yeah, all of white's pawns are doing great. As for black, he just weakened one for no apparent reason. Just maybe he got tired. I mean, he had a really long game in the morning and now he has to do this. King f7. I like king f7. Yeah, sure, Stefan. And h4 or maybe rook. No, but don't you? I mean, you gotta do something about this because like, unless you want to play b6, you can also play a6. Depends what you want to protect more. You want to protect, a square, or you want to protect a pawn, potentially a sacrifice there in some situations. But yeah, this just seems unreal. Why he pushed e5? Maybe he forgot that he still had to play rook e8, but rook, rook e7. That was not played. No, e5 was played. Like this actually happened. It was played. It's there. What is Mac doing? I'm telling you, he wants. Ah, I see his idea. But okay, this is not gonna work. Bishop g5. Nobody's gonna take. Nobody's gonna take it. Because this would be nice if he actually took and then had some ideas with g6, h6 something, but no. Okay, then he just wants to protect the h-pawn and maybe get this g4 in. I guess he wants that g4 in. Rook c8. Just trying to avoid this thing. Now you can't do it because of bishop h2. At least he escaped with the rook from a potential, fork. I'm thinking like queen d3 and g4, maybe. Maybe that's something he wants to do. I guess he does want to do that. So if you go king h8, he needs to switch over. But at least with the rook in h2, he's got his king covered, and he's got this discovered idea. So if you take the pawn, we're gonna take the knight. That's what he wants. So rook f1 and g4. Okay, makes sense. It does make sense. All of the players are kind of getting low on time, approaching the move 40. So that's something to keep in mind. So can we take? And now what? What should white play in this position? Maybe bishop g3, trade this bishop. Get rid of it. I think trades are in white's favor in this position because white's king is weaker than black's. Specifically, if you can somehow target d5, of course, that's ideal. But right now, okay, we can go king h1 or king f4. It is, I don't think we can. I feel like this would be kind of sus. Or maybe not, even. There's no queen h5. Yeah, maybe we can go king h1 too. So he's got some options. It's not really the end of the world. Okay, queen d6. Okay, g4. He did not go king h8. I'm definitely, come on. Come on, Mac. Go for it, g4. You gotta go for it. I mean, otherwise, why did you play queen d3? There's not even knight b4, no rook attacking the queen, no nothing. Just go g4. g4, g5, g6. Or g4, knight g3, put pressure, you know? And see what comes of it. Come on, you don't have that much time. Do it. I don't know why I'm rooting for Mac. He beat me last and only time we played. I'm revengeful. Sometimes. No, but he seems like a nice, very nice guy. Very calm. You don't see that many strong players that are very calm. You know, there's usually too energetic. But he's very calm. If you've never met him. Like, you don't know if he wins, loses, draws. I think when you see him, you wouldn't know. Okay. Knight g3. Bishop f6. I can't wait. I can't wait for some kind of mate, you know, like takes, rook h6, king g2, rook h6, rook h1, mate on the h file. Something like that is coming for sure. It just needs to go for g4. I don't know what stops him from making the move. What scares him? Unless maybe g5. But it can be because we takes with the rook maybe. And maybe g5. We're trying to get the h on. I agree, Radius. I agree. Black looked a bit safer, but now we are getting g4 in, which is something to get ready to meet. What? Come on, Mac. Why were you scared? Why didn't you just do it? You could have just done it, and now he's gonna play king h8. I mean, he was pinned and everything. I mean, if he goes king h8 and you do this now, I mean, he takes and then he blocks this thing, and then you'll never get your f5 ever again in your entire life. I don't understand why he didn't play it. There's no reasonable explanation for that. It's like nothing, none, zero explanation. Wow, we got some activity here. Rook e6. So what's the idea after this? I feel like black should be careful here. I like black's position before, but that bishop h7 retreat certainly influenced the evaluation of this position at this point. Bishop g6. Nah, not very helpful. No, d5, the pressure on the d5 square is just too high. It's way too high at this point. I told you king h8 was gonna be played. And now g4, I don't... I'm not happy. Okay, so we're stuck in this position. Black must have realized that this is an issue. And now he's trying to figure out how to save this, but it's just so difficult. Maybe he thought he can go like rook f7 or rook f8. And then some discovered check or something like this. Maybe this is what he wanted to do. Does this work? But we might be able to just capture. And we're up a pawn. I mean, it's not the end of the world, don't get me wrong, but, you know, it's better to... Okay, rook f7 was played. Okay, so that's... He's gonna go for that line, probably. Rook takes e5, bishop e6, tries to get the pawn. Takes h5, white's position is definitely much better. I don't know if it's winning, but... Queen b3. He didn't want to sack the queen. It wasn't super, like... Okay, it's not super obvious if it's good or not, but... Queen b3. What's going on after this? You take? And now we need to see if we can combine something, because I have pressure, and so if I give this check, you obviously cannot take, because then queen takes, and then checky. King h7, and if we count the material, we are up a pawn. So bishop d5, bishop h2, king f1 or king g2 to keep this pawn protected. Or maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe we can also go king h1. Because we're threatening a discovered idea. Yeah, I can, but we kind of got used to it being this way. So I didn't flip it. Okay, so he has to go take the pawn, unless he feels that that's really scary, in which case he might just go king somewhere g1, but I mean, he could play king g1. I would take the pawn. I don't think we should waste any time. Just take the freebie. And then rook b1, activate the rook. White is doing really well in this position. Really well. Nothing is free. Some things are free. Advice is free, oftentimes. Yep. It's happening. It is happening. King g1. Yeah. It doesn't move 32. He hasn't been able to get g4 in. It's kind of mind-boggling me. Yeah, with players entering time trouble, it gets nerve-wracking for sure because this is their second game. A lot of them have played really long games in the morning, and now it's 9:30 p.m. almost. The time control is 1 hour 30 for 40 moves plus 30 minutes sudden death with 30 seconds increment from move 1. So it's a long time control. At move 40 they're getting an additional time. Um but yeah, and it's a round robin, so everyone plays against everyone, right? 10 players, Grandmasters. You can see the information on the pinned chat. Yeah, bring all the pieces, but how you bring them and what the opponent wants to, what is threatening to and stuff, that's an issue that you have to be mindful about too, depending on the situation, right? So here, like, we're threatening to take, and that's a problem. Okay, king g1 has to, unless he wants to play bishop f4, but oh yeah, I wasn't thinking of this because I thought g5 is a move. This can happen too, and then rook takes h5 actually in this game. Why was I saying king g1? I just automatically thought the king had to move. No, bishop f4. Sorry, I missed this. Bishop f4, definitely. Definitely is going to be played here. Or should be played. I don't see any kind of, issue in this position. Bishop e7. So he finally took the knight. But now, by taking that knight, this rook gets opened up. So black is creating some counterplay on the queen side, which is a problem. We don't want that, I think. I think we don't want this. Yeah, okay. Rook takes h5. And then, you can also go h4 to make sure g5 will never cause any issues. I guess the only thing we should be a bit worried about is this rook coming into e2. Because, if black gets a bit activated, it could be causing some trouble, but I think we should be able to afford trading it. Of course, we don't have time for rook e5, but we can just trade it, and then we should have a pretty good position here. Rook c1. So the idea is to give that rook and take this. I know, but the guy isn't playing it. He's not playing g4. I mean, I don't get it why he doesn't play g4. It seems necessary. It seems like a move that needs to be played. Yet he's not doing it. Like, why? Why doesn't he do it? Wait. He didn't take the pawn. He played king e3. Ah, he's trying to get the d3 pawn instead. Ah. Hi, Sarhane. How are you doing? He thinks the d3 pawn is more important than the h pawn. Interesting. I mean, I would agree. But if we actually take it, but if you don't, I guess it doesn't matter if he when he protects it. If he protects it, then you take h5. Okay, sure. Makes sense. It does make some sense. Some. Mm. So he played g4 here. And after takes, he wants to go f5, I'm sure. I don't know how dangerous it can be because of this, but finally he's done it. After all this time, I was begging for it. I was begging for this move to be played. He's finally done it. I mean, all games are interesting. I can't choose one. You guys want to stay with one more than another? Hi there, Machine Savage. How are you doing? I'm holding up. On what? On the tournament? On the sickness? On my... On what? In general, life. Life is tough. Life is tough for all of us. You know. Thanks. Being sick is not cool. I mean, I'm better than I was a week ago this time. That's when I started getting sick. So now it's better. Chess lover, welcome back. Bishop takes d5. On which one? Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't know if these guys agreed on a draw, what's going on, because he's been thinking for 5 minutes here. So I don't know if he wants to go rook c1 or bishop d5. He must be calculating. Life is life. No, life is life. Yeah. But also tough. This is in New Jersey. It's the 140th anniversary tournament, and they're holding it in the Masonic Lodge in Morristown, New Jersey. Morristown. I don't know if you can go visit or something. You might be able to if you are close to Morristown. But yeah, these players that you see pinned, those are the players. It's organized as, you know, to celebrate the 140th anniversary of of New Jersey State Chess Federation, which is pretty cool. And yeah, and the clock stopped to draw. No, it didn't stop. It just, he made the move. When the game is over, it would show like somewhere here, like the result. 4 hours drive from you. Oh, okay. I didn't realize New Jersey was that big of a state, or maybe you're not in New Jersey. It's one of the oldest. I don't know which one is the oldest. You're in West Virginia right now. Okay. Yeah. It would be far at this point to go to New Jersey. Gotcha. Okay, but now we're liking black, no? Rook takes c1, f4. Or don't, if he takes with the queen, I think we take, and then if he takes, I think we should go for this bishop h2 thing. And then rook takes, and black has a really nice opportunity here. It's cold in Kentucky as well, where I am right now. It's very cold. You should definitely check out New Jersey State Chess Federation. They have this like K through 12 Scholastic, and then World Amateur Team East. It's pretty cool. It's usually takes place in February. I know a lot of people are putting a team together. You have to be 2200 on average, the 4 players, and they have prizes for under sections too, like under 2000 theme, under 1800, I think possibly a female, all female team too. I'm not sure. I haven't checked all of the thanks, Machine Savage. It's a tragedy to lose someone like Tanya. It's really tragic. Bishop f5. Okay. That's sneaky. You want to take my rook? I'll take yours. And then I'll be up 2 pawns. Let's see how you take that. Have we had things happen here too? We have. Wait a second. f5 has finally been played. e6, queen b7. Takes, knight b4. What is he trying to do? He's trying to deflect the queen to take this. Okay, so what if we go like queen f3 or something? Queen f3, keep the pawn protected. Bring the knight to e5. Okay. Is Mac gonna be able to win this? It's one of the oldest. Oh, what did you say, Chess Lover? What did you tell him? Oh, queen b1 is cute. Pinning the knight, so a2, I think he's just gonna take. Did you watch his whole stream, last stream? Were you watching him? I understood he was not feeling very well in that stream. I wasn't watching it. I wouldn't know. Nice. Let's just love her. Okay, Mac might be winning this. Okay, White just made move 40. Black still has to make a move, and then we'll go to the Mac game. I see, so you missed the part where he was upset. So here, Black still has to make 2 moves. But I don't see how you can stop 95. 95 seems very unpleasant. And plus, after that, like maybe E7 is a threat. Because, you know, then we have knight G6. Hi, Spinal Tap. How are you doing? Can we go F6, actually? Actually, I want to go Queen G6. I think this is GG. F6, come on, Mac. You can do it. You can find F6. Play. Don't lose on time again. Please. Please don't lose on time. Make a move. These DGTs are killing me. I don't know what's going on. Did he make a move or not? Or did he lose on time? He did it! He did it! With 9 seconds on the clock. Okay, I think this is over. This is game over. Queen G6 is unstoppable. Let's go! Let's go, Mac! Queen G6. Queen G6. Wait, is this a move? No, because we just take and take, right? It's just a free knight. Free knight. Okay, now my F6. Good job. Okay, now he can chill. Alright, so here they reach move 40 after Queen G6, and the position is opposite color bishops, extra pawn for black. Oh wait, maybe white can take in b4 here. Maybe this will be a draw. And here there's one move remaining. How do they have so much extra time compared to the other guys? Oh, because maybe they started later, because Michael was still playing his game, maybe? I don't know. It looks like they have way too much time. So the time will... Okay, Queen G6. Queen G6. Let's go. Queen G6. It will show 0-0 because for some reason the DGT doesn't pick the new additional time for some reason. Queen G6. Queen G6. You think if I yell loud enough, he's gonna hear me? All the way to New Jersey. And this is a really cute finish if he does win this. I won't be mad that he didn't play like F4, you know. Earlier, sorry, G4 earlier when I wanted him to play. I won't be mad. Just play Queen G6 is mate, man. There's no defense to H6. It's just like crushing. It's easy. It's like you're an attacking player. You're like, you shouldn't even be thinking. You should just play it. Yeah, exactly. Queen G6. Come on. No, there's no delay or anything. So, you know, the moves come as they're played. So there's no, you know, there's no delay. So white ended up taking the H pawn in the end. That makes sense. And yeah. Should black try b5 or something to try to just block everything in on the queen side? I feel like this could, although I'm not sure how happy I am about this. Maybe black will get a bit of activity after b5. He played king f7, okay, fine. Come on, Mac. Or maybe he took a break. He went to get something to drink, something to eat, get some reinforcement. This is going to be a tough game for black. White's winning plan is just, I think, pushing the H and G pawns forward. Bam, 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 bam. H6. And then just like switching over to support that pawn. I think it's very hard to imagine how black has stopped that. I don't think he can do it. Okay, b5. I presume that would happen. But okay, en passant is just Queen G6. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, maybe he just took a break to chill. To make sure he's actually winning. But he is. There's no way to stop Queen H6. Rook H7, Knight F6, Queen G8 mate. This is a nice win by... well, let's wait until it actually... You know, he seals the deal. But he has made his... he has made his 4th year's move, so no loss on time. Definitely no loss on time. And yeah. It is happening. Okay, so do we take en passant or not? I mean, I think yes. I think we should take 8x b6. I think you just did. Black has to take with the pawn. No. Now is a question. I mean, does he want to try to activate his rook like that? Does he want to start pushing the G and H pawns as I suggested? I mean, it's still early to tell. White's still thinking here. Interesting. Maybe he's trying to make sure he can take here, but I don't really see something concrete why he couldn't. Okay, it happened. Should black play like... I'm not even sure. White potentially wants to take another pawn here. So he played bishop e3 to attract black to play b5. Okay, so here I have a question for you. Should we consider sacking here? Because I feel like you can also go there and take this pawn. And, you know, we would have 3 pawns for the exchange. I mean, that would be kind of a lot, potentially, right? So... what do you guys think? He actually went for it. This is gonna be tough for Grandmaster Road because he really has had a lot of good positions, but the time difference, deficit, being down on time. He hasn't scored. No, he hasn't scored anything yet. But a lot of the times he could have, but he didn't. Have you commentated both rounds today, marathon day? It was a marathon day because yeah, the morning round lasted till 6, and then like it was supposed to start at 6. So I only found out at 6-ish that at 6-ish that um they would start at 6:10. So I took some break to try to cook something for dinner, lunch, whatever that was. I don't know. I had a sandwich. I didn't have time to cook because like next round was starting immediately. I did go later a bit. Like I took about 25 minutes, 30 minutes in between. But yeah, like it's been a really long day, yeah. So yeah, I'm alright. I'm alright. Thanks for subscribing, Radius. Yeah, I'm shaking my leg. I got used to doing that when I was playing chess. Sometimes, I just move and I guess everything moves. Sorry about that. I'll stop doing it. I don't do it on purpose. It's like just it's a tick. It's a nervous tick occasionally. When I try to focus, I do it sometimes. I kind of got out of it for a while, but All right, so it looks like we had rook g8. So what do we anticipate will happen here? Like queen takes f6, right? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. We can also go queen takes h6. But this might allow here the queen to come in, maybe. I guess it's the same. You can take either one of the pawns. And then knight h6. The great thing about white's position is, despite this pawn being quite close to promotion, it is restricted. So nothing's gonna happen there. And the fact that these pawns are locked in, it's keeping black's queen from actually creating any threats on white's king. So at this point, like, you can go for this, and then I guess, whatever they do, you just bring in your knight to mate him. Bishop e6 is actually quite interesting, opening up the queen, threatening queen d3 and capture or something, or some chickies. Makes sense. It does make sense. So rook e6 check. Another question is, do you guys think that we can go rook e5? I think white has no worries after this. Takes, bishop d4, bring the king, take the pawn. Health should be top priority, thanks. It is second priority for me right now. It's not good, I know, but it is what it is. Yeah, I do like rook e5 in this position for white. Yeah, there it is. And no, pretty much no matter what you do. I mean, unless you take, of course, but then we go bishop d4. And I think white's life should not be too difficult to outplay his opponent, but we'll have to wait and see. Okay, he's played it. And now 95, right? 95 seems the easiest way. Knight takes h6 actually works too. I don't know why I wanted to do that. I just really wanted knight g6 mate somehow, but okay, it's not mate. Okay, so let's stick to this game right now. This seems the one that would potentially give the most trouble. I mean, anything can happen in this one, right? So should we play queen c3 to stop queen d3? Because I really don't like queen d3. I don't think checks are helping in any way, right? Plus, we take the queen away from protecting this pawn. Okay. Hi, Arctic Bear. Bishop Stars. Hey, long time no see. How are you doing? Doing okay considering the different situations. Different bad news in this past week. I wonder if black can... No, because queen takes. Thanks, bishop stars. I hope so too. Health-wise is been tough for me. I don't know. This year I got sick way too many times. I feel like ever since COVID and these vaccines and stuff, I used to not get sick much, but now like I get sick and I think I'm gonna get well because I have this medicine that I used to take all the time, and when I would feel something was wrong, I would take it and would recover. Now I don't recover whether I take it or not. It's not in the books for me to recover immediately, so that's a bummer. Yeah, I agree. And I think like lately I've spent too much time on in the house, like I don't go out enough to really continue building my immunity and stuff, which is my goal the next few days after um this commentary next week. I shouldn't have as much, so hopefully I will build some routine now that I'm home. Where are you exactly, José Raúl? Which place are you exactly? I'm not even going to the doctor. Like I usually take my own stuff. It hasn't gotten bad for me to need the doctor. Thank God for now. England. Oh yeah, because okay. Stoke-on-Trent. I don't know what that is. My sister lives in England. I was just there for a day, for a night, better said, in London. She lives about an hour away or something, some village. Yeah, she likes it there. She just doesn't like the weather, of course, like most people, I think. The potteries. No, occasionally she does. Got it. She doesn't play as much anymore. She plays occasionally in 4NCL, which is the English League team championships, but she doesn't really train. She has a full-time job. She's got a PhD in serious. She has a serious job, not like me. Always says I don't have a job. She's probably right. She's probably right. Okay, this pawn is falling. That king is getting mated. Yes, it's normal, Rados. So basically, with 2 rounds a day, it's normal that tournaments would that tournaments would last as much. They usually start around 12 for the first game, and then 6, sometimes even 7. So then it would last even longer than this. For the second one. Yeah, she does have a PhD. She has a stable job. I don't. I'm always complaining. Well, I've started complaining more recently. So she's been telling me that I need something serious. Oh, got you. Do you play online, Radius? Where are you from? Where do you live? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to play some tournaments. It's nothing. I mean, you don't need to play these long tournaments. Not all of the tournaments would last as long. Obviously, these guys are very strong. So you're in the Midwest. Okay, me too, kind of. I'm in Kentucky. Yeah. I mean, some tournaments are 1 day tournaments only, so you play like 4 rounds, and each round could be half an hour, like 30 minutes each. Or you can play blitz tournaments, 5 minutes. These guys are, strong grandmasters or were strong at their peak. And the time control for this one is like an hour and a half to make 40 moves, and then they get an additional 30 minutes. So basically, like, games could last 6, maybe 7 hours. Six is kind of like usually what it lasts. And yeah, like, um, it's, yes, sorry, plus 30 seconds increment per move, yeah. Yeah, but like, there are a lot of tournaments that are much less time control, and it's a thing. You can always choose what tournaments you're going to compete in, and if you're close to St. Louis, in St. Louis Chess Club, they are organizing a lot weekly or daily. Sometimes you have stuff, so yeah. Yeah, sign up for Rapid, something fast, and just get yourself, to play a little bit. If you like playing, if you want to play over the board. I mean, you can play online too, of course, but over the board is always fun because you can make friends, and you can, if you like chess, you get the chance to hang out with someone and study together, and go places to play after, or you find friends, you can hang out and play against one another. It's just, it's nice, I think. Okay, so Mac is winning that. This is probably winning for white, and then this is the most the one that we're not sure about yet. And you can search all these tournaments on US Chess Federation website. It's uschess.org, and just look up tournaments in your area. And yeah. Can he play b3? I don't know. I'm just not liking this position for white. He could play b4. I mean, if you play, I might as well just go for b4, but I don't know. I'm just feeling like this is just an issue. To bishop d7. I'm not sure what you mean. Thanks for sharing that, Bishop Stars. Awesome, Radius. I don't know, is he? I feel like white kind of forgot about this. And if we do this to protect it, this is scaring me. This is very scary in this position. Elshan is a good guy, yes. I guess you're saying I'm not. All good. All good. Oh, thanks, Bishop Stars. So kind of you. Wow. Luckily, I know you're joking. Or maybe not. Maybe you think that. I don't know. It's fine. Hi there, Prathamesh. Welcome. I guess we're misunderstanding him, Bishop Stars. It's your favorite scholastic chess instructor. Favorite scholastic chess instructor? Who's my favorite scholastic chess instructor? Rendan? Yeah, I know I died. Wait. For favorite chess and scholastic chess. I don't know who you are. Color? I'm confused. Who are you? I'm supposed to know every username, I guess. B. Rendon, etc., etc. No, it's not ringing a bell. It's too late for me. You have to be more specific. Give me like a place so that I can think of it. Oh, Brendan. Okay, you were writing like, come on. Brendan? Is it Brendan? Oh my god. You just like Brendan, and I was like, what? What's up? How are you doing? You still coaching? You still okay, I'm supposed to know that. Got it. Catch you later, casual player. I will try. One more day tomorrow. Hope to see you. 10:30 and 4 p.m. Okay. Got it. Well, what are you doing these days? History or chess? Or both? You're taking a break? Oh. I'm recovering from some cold that I got and I'm commenting on this tournament. I'm hoping my cat will recover. She's been sick. Oh, she got an infection. I was very freaked out about her. And not much, not much. Just, you know, catching up with things. Thanks, Brendan. Why I wasn't invited? I'm not strong enough. Commentator? I don't know. I don't know. They have their commentators, I think. You can hear her. She's trying to scratch her ear, but she can't because she has this cone on her face. And she got a paw infection. Just jumped from the couch, and I thought she twisted her paw or something, or she broke it. I didn't know what happened. She just started limping. And I freaked out, and it was Sunday last week. Actually, it happened on Saturday night. And Sunday, I saw her like doing the same, and it looked like it hurt her a lot. And when I figured out what it was, I freaked out. So I took her to the vet to get checked, and they told me thankfully nothing is broken. So that was a relief, but still, it's a pretty bad infection. She broke, I think, her nails when she was scratching the post, you know, she has, or maybe she got caught on my sofa somewhere. I don't know. So she's been on drugs and sleeping mostly. I hope she still has 9 lives. I hope so. The only good thing from this experience is that we're actually bonding. She's sleeping with me for the first time ever. She used to leave as soon as I would get her into bed. She would just leave me alone, human. But now she comes by herself. She doesn't want to be alone. So that's the only good thing from the situation. I think black is winning here after this, by the way. Okay, this game should be over soon. Like, what happens after rook takes is just a free pawn. Reggie? Regina? I mean, this just happened. And now I don't see anything for white. Cause like I'm just like gonna check you and then I'm gonna mate you somehow or win your queen. How do she sees the future? Wait, how does she see the future? What's the future? Wait, did he lose on time? Oh yeah, I'm a good predictor. And these games are actually live. Live. Okay, this game might be over. Let me just confirm that those games are still in progress. Because we've had some DGT issues before. At least we know if they're over. It's tragic. Oh. Mackenzie has won. Mackenzie has won this. Good job, Mackenzie. Now I'm not mad at you anymore that you beat me. Because you found a gorgeous queen g6. And finally you play g5. Took you some, or g4. Took you forever, but you know. I mean, I think probably black some must have messed up somewhere here with this knight before or something. Because it made things so easy, because now the knight is pinned, the queen cannot move. And then it was so easy. This f6 was gorgeous. Move 40. It's easy to make a blunder on move 40, but then, you know, queen comes in and then GG. So we have 2 games remaining now, this one and the other one. Yeah, it is tragic. It is tragic that Dania passed away. It was I think it's affected a lot of us. Even those that were not so close to him, you know, I always had positive things to say about him, and he's always been very nice to me when we had the chance to talk or something. I mean, I wasn't in his close circle or anything, but I had the opportunity to work with him or be a part of his camps on a number of occasions, and just yeah, he's been such a nice person, gentleman, and very caring for people around him. And I remember he listened to me once. I was very upset about something, and I confided in him, and he was just listening to me, didn't really say much, and he just listened. Sometimes we all need a person to listen, you know. I don't even know if I was looking for advice. I just kind of was hurt by someone, and I just kind of shared it. And chess wise, also he was brilliant. I mean, what can I say? It's just very tragic, and it's maybe a reminder for all of us to be more nicer towards one another. And I don't know, it breaks my heart that, like, when I heard, I started crying, and he's not even, like I said, I wasn't close to him per se. It's just sad. I mean, what can I say? You know? Okay, so let's see. Is this winning for white or not? Should be, right? Or can black somehow block these pawns? Bishop f2. We can check him. He's gonna go here. Maybe this is. I wonder if you can just try to kind of stop him, like, because if you ever play c5, you can go king d5. You know, you just try to lock it in. Of course, in theory, white should be winning, but in practice, I'm not sure if it's that easy. What if I start attacking the bishop? Oh, actually, here you have to be careful, because if you go bishop Bishop e1, for example, I can check you and then I can take, and then that's a draw for sure. So maybe he can have some chances for a draw. Thanks for subscribing, appreciate it. Oh wait, he played king g4? Ah, I thought he was gonna check him. But what does he want to do here? What is he doing in front of this pawn? Like, is he trying to do this? But I don't know, is he gonna, like, if this happens, doesn't white have the chance to kind of restrict you and then start pushing? I'm not sure here. I feel like hmm. Why didn't he check him and check him and... Ah, he comes here. Okay, bishop g3 is actually a nice idea to control this. I didn't think of that move. That's nice. So rook d5. This can be... Okay, I don't know what he's doing with the king in g4. It just doesn't make sense. I didn't check the site for ratings. Brian asked me to do it and I didn't do it. Did they update, or is it gonna be a change in how the ratings are calculated, or is just a different website on where you can check the rating? I can check it now. Just a new site? Okay. I'm getting the same page. Beta dash ratings dash US chess. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Let's search my name. Interesting. Okay. Not bad. It's actually kind of cute. It's a nice website. Oh, rook d3. What does this do? He might try some queen c6, queen c2 or something now, because he blocked his queen. Okay, this is looking like it's gonna be game over. I don't see a defense. This is typically what ends up happening when you're dealing with opposite color bishops and queens. They're if you're not able to create any attack and the opponent can, then you're doomed. You don't really have a way to come back into the game, I think. Okay, he just needs to move the rook somewhere where it doesn't get traded. Where is it? Like here, it doesn't get traded. Or back home. And then basically he wants queen h6 or h5, and then if the queen infiltrates here, I think it's almost impossible for white to defend. Okay, so black's whole idea was to take here, but here after c6, the problem is that this king will be able to support the c pawn, and you're too late to support anything. You're stuck. Black's king is stuck. I don't know if there's this king g4. I feel like he should have just checked or something. Just to bring the king here and just let this pawn advance. Once it does, then you go to h7 to take it. Until then, the pawn cannot advance. It's just sitting there. Even maybe this, but this, I don't know, maybe he can go that way. But now the way it goes, okay, he took the pawn, but after c6, I don't really see a way to... I guess you can try something like this, but then I go here and, you know, here. I move my bishop, push d4, bring the king. This is like a relatively easy win for white. It's gotta be hard for Grandmaster Paragua because he only has half a minute. And okay, Andrew. So yesterday when I talked to when I had Nico, International Master Nico Chasen on the stream, he was mentioning that Andrew is really good at bullet, but online bullet and blitz, not over the board. I don't know if he met is really not so good. I don't know, but yeah. Am I shooting for IM? I will eventually shoot for IM. Yeah, that's for sure. And right now I'm trying to save some money. That's my goal. I don't have playing goals, like improvement goals yet. And probably like getting back to 2300 would be my first goal. Shoots 4 IMs. No, no shooting going on here, guys. I don't have an ultimate goal. I don't think you should have an ultimate goal. Because if you reach it, then what? Like, you'll be goalless. You should always have something. Like, you know, something that you can achieve, and then there should always be something else that you want from yourself. So, otherwise, what's the point? Okay, queen c2 threatens mate. So, definitely rook e2 is gonna be played. And then maybe queen h7 to try to mate here, but then there'll be rook h2. I guess he technically could have played queen h7, no? Oh, queen h7, there's a mate. Oh my god. I am getting tired, indeed. So queen c2 threatens mate, he goes here. Do I have time for this? No, because he takes. Okay, so we gotta find a good spot. Okay, maybe we go here and here then, if queen h7 doesn't work, you know? Rook e2 was played. Rook e2 was played. Oh, the guy gave a check first. Okay, makes sense. Because if you take, then there's a perpetual check, so obviously you shouldn't. So king h7, okay. He thought that was an option, but actually it wasn't. Maybe it was better to let him try to go there. Okay, rook e2. And now we just need to get it on that diagonal. So I don't know what's the best place to bring it on the diagonal. We got two squares. Maybe queen f5 and then queen f3 or something. Although queen f5, maybe there's rook e5. I don't know where to put the queen. If we put it here, he even has this move. That's scary. Maybe queen f5, so that he doesn't have a check here after this check. So we can go king g6, so no checks. Nowhere. Okay, so he played queen f5. I'm presuming check is gonna happen. What else has happened here? Okay, okay, check. But I mean, this happens anyways. King comes in and there's nothing to do. There's no way to stop this. It's sad. I feel for Grandmaster Road. I mean, he had so many potential draws in this tournament, but I think the problem is, you know, sometimes when you have a bad tournament, people see you have a bad tournament and then they're gonna play you know, on purpose, because they don't want to be the person who lets you go when you have a bad tournament. They don't want to be the one that, you know, let you get away, you know. So everyone is gonna try even harder, and I know it's not fun. It's not pleasant, but that's how people are. Okay, queen f3 or queen f d5. Oops, my arrow's so weird. Queen d5 or queen f3. Which one do we choose? Pick your choice. Pick one. Yeah. For mates. There's nothing. You can have a check. And then I go somewhere where you don't have checks. Maybe here. And then I want the mate. Unless this is an option, but I don't think so, right? So if I take, do you have like a perpetual or something? I don't think so. No more checks, no perpetual. Queen d5 is played. What was the idea of rook e7? I think he wanted to try to get perpetual. He doesn't have much time, you need to remember that. He has like less than a minute. So, you know, he has to just make moves. It's kind of hard to defend here. He could have given a check and then just set, but the problem is that this is a, you know, mating that you can't get out of. Yeah, this one is gonna be over soon. Again, possibly he lost her time, or maybe he made a move, and we'll see it in a moment as the DGT refreshes itself. Hi, Jake. Yeah, now it says GG. I mean, this has been a thrill to watch this game because it's been on and off, but yeah, nice win by Grandmaster Andrew Tang. He almost lost his chance. He played a bishop h7. I think here bishop e4 was very important to lock all pressure on this point. And oh, thank you so much, Radius. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. So here, yeah, it's just tough. It would have been just tough. I mean, here he could have already had the advantage, but then, you know, Grandmaster Paragua has certainly had quite a lot of you know, power to come back in this game and definitely look like he was gonna be back, but it is chess is tough. And we have one game remaining. I feel for Grandmaster Road. I cannot emphasize on that enough, you know, it's like just so... It's tough because he keeps, you know, keeps getting these good positions and, or, well, equal positions. And then, but to tell the truth, like, I really think that's a draw, and I want to turn on the engine to check where I suggested it around here when you play King G4. The engine says 0.4. It says rook c7, so I said check, but it said rook c7. I was saying check. Check is fine too. And king e4. Yeah, this was the line I showed you guys. And rook f7. Yeah, because now, depending on where you go, you might lose one of these pawns. If you go, you know, if you stay on that diagonal, you lose this one, and then if you stay on this one, check and you lose this. Well, that is tough. And it looks like after c7, Grandmaster Rhodes resigned. So no no points for him yet, but I certainly hope he will find a power in himself tomorrow to come back into this. 2 more rounds, guys. 2 more rounds. 10:30 and 4 p.m. Eastern time. Sunday. I know it's Sunday. October 26th. Saint Dimitri would be in Romania. Saint Dimitri. We celebrate in Romania different days of saints. When there's a saint day, everyone has a saint day in a way, or there was a saint with, you know, a name. It's a blessing, we say. So anyways, it's Sunday tomorrow. Certainly hope to see you if you can. I will be here for sure. And yeah, you got chess is hard. Chess is very hard. Tell me about it. Been struggling with it for over 30 years. You got first place in the K-12. Wait, what? Oh, okay, okay. I was like, what? Good one, good one, good one. It was a pleasure commenting on these games. This round certainly brought some interesting chess. I mean, specifically this game was my go-to game. It was tougher than other days for some reason. I think it's because it was back-to-back and no break, and my voice is already leaving me. So I won't keep you guys much longer. I'm gonna go get some rest my voice, and be ready for tomorrow. So I hope you will join me for another night of excitement chess. Thanks again for New Jersey State Chess Federation for inviting me to do this. And looking forward to the final day. Stay close. We'll send you on a raid to someone. Is there anyone streaming that I know? Alright, guys. Let's raid Stellar Chess. Have a wonderful rest of your night, and